Hello, cats and kittens. We are here today to continue our journey with Gavtia through the Final Fantasy XIV journey. We are currently in the patches in between a Realm Reborn and Heavensward, so we are working on getting some of that done. I will be doing... I might do some live streaming in a little while, but I need to do a couple of trials first, and the queue times can be really long, so I'm just going to record this separately and edit out like the 5-minute waits so you don't have to suffer through that. And then I will probably live stream when we go forward from there. All right. I got cut off last night. And my internet just died. Like the entire neighborhood's internet just died. It's happened like twice in the last, 36 hours. So I'm hoping it'll stay stable for us. We're in the middle of a massive winter storm right now. So it should be interesting to see what happens. All right, Urianger says, none save thee can deliver Ishgard from Lady Iceheart's vengeance. Pray, hasten thee to Whitebrim Front, where Lord Drillmont waiteth thy coming even now. I actually have 3 of them I think I have to do. In bringing the struggle against the Empire to a decisive end, the nations of Eorzea spent much of their military strength. I fear the beast tribes have caught scent of this temporary weakness and will give us scant leave to rest. A hero's work is never done, Gav. Papalimo, just when we dared to believe that peace had arrived, another primal awakens. I say, has there ever been rest for the weary? Probably not. No. When you're a hero, that's just the way it goes. Ehrenwald. I should have done something, done anything, but I didn't. And now Abba and Auli are... I will not let it be for nothing. I will earn this. Oh, that's sad. Make sure everything's repaired. Well, let me go to my journal and look there. Drop dead Shiva. Gotta speak with Drillmont and Whitebrim Front. Speak with Vorsail Ulwa. Speak with Rashat Riki at Maelstrom. Alright, since we're in Thanalan... None of them are close. Let's go to Kurthus. Let's go to Whitebrim Front and talk to Lord Drillmont. Oh, Kurthus looks like my place right now. Snowing like crazy. Living in the south, where I grew up, was up north near the Chicago region. And it was nothing to get at least one time a winter some huge snowfall, like blizzard level. I think the biggest one I ever saw was 31 inches. That was a little insane. And, somebody threw a snowball at me. Oh, that was great. I can't remember where to pick up that emote. I'm gonna have to go look that up. Because if you stand in a pile of snow, you can type in /throw snowball. Throw a snowball at somebody. It's really cute. Anyway, so I grew up near Chicago region. We got lots of snow. Now I live down south, where they don't have very many salt trucks. And if they do salt the roads, it's only the main snow route. So if you happen to live in a neighborhood where you're kind of in the middle of it and pretty far away from the main snow routes, you could easily be snowed in for a few days. Now, of course, the snow here melts in a few days. But right now, like, I didn't even bother to do work today because nobody was going to come in. So I said, we're all taking a snow day. And it's not really safe to drive if you don't know how to drive on it. So anyway, everything shuts down after you get about an inch of snow around here. So I'm used to driving in like a foot of snow and not thinking anything twice about it, right? So it's a different mindset down here. Let's see what Dromont has to say. My gratitude for your timely return, Gav. Would that it were under better circumstances. Our efforts to contain the heretic threat in the Western Highlands beyond Snowcloak have suffered a grievous setback. In order to support expeditions further afield, we sought to establish an outpost in the heretic's former fortress. Under guard, our craftsmen began the necessary improvements, and for a time all proceeded according to plan. The building work had scarce begun when Iceheart's minions descended upon the fortress from all directions. If I were to guess, I would say that they deliberately delayed their attack until sufficient supplies had been delivered to their doorstep. I do not begrudge my men their decision to flee. By all accounts, it would have been a slaughter. Any survivors condemned to a fate worse than death at the hands of their leader. However, by abandoning our crystal stores, we had given the heretics the means to summon their patron saint. I beseech you, Gav, slayer of the gods of Beastmen, who banished once before the demon who threatens us now, lend us your strength, infiltrate Snowcloak, and put an end to Iceheart's machinations. Is he ever going to say no? No, because he is the warrior of light. Thank you, my friend. Though I pray you can stop her before she completes the ritual, I have faith you can defeat Shiva should it come to that. One of Sir Emmerich's temple knights awaits you at Snowcloak. He shall guide you through secret tunnels to the Aetheryte at the heart of the heretic's fortifications, whence you may gain entrance to Iceheart's sanctuary as before. Alright, speak with the stalwart temple knight at Snowcloak. Alright. Sorry I'm flying my horse over your dinner. We tried a new little exercise game. It's Hatsune Miku boxing game on Nintendo Switch. Just really cute little game. A lot of fun, actually. Had a good time with it. Got some exercise in today. Just good, I need it. Right. Stalwart Temple Knight says, "It is an honor, sir. When you are ready, I shall lead you through the tunnels to the Aetheryte. We should not be troubled by heretics or beasts along the way, so you may concentrate solely on the task at hand. May the Fury grant you the strength to strike down that heathen witch once and for all." Right, I don't think I can do that one. You can actually solo some of these, but I wouldn't dare to do it at level 61. Just not geared enough for that and high enough level. I will wait until I'm like, level 90-ish. Then I can do it solo. Ooh. We're going to queue for that one. It's DPS in need. We have to talk to Vorcel-Ulois. Ah, Gav of the Scions, we are grateful for your aid. As you will already know, the accursed Ixal have summoned Garuda once more. Since her return, she has wasted no time unleashing her fury upon the region. Extensive damage has been reported in both Twelveswood and Kurthus. She must be stopped, and soon, lest more lives be lost. In the name of the Elder Seer, I humbly request you put an end to her reign of terror. As in the past, Garuda keeps her court within the Howling Eye, which is perpetually protected by a raging tempest. Fortunately, we have learned of an alternate way into her domain. The Ixal have constructed an aetheryte within Nadalan, their stronghold in the central highlands of Kurthus. This aetheryte will take you to Garuda's tempestuous realm. We owe this discovery to the Ishgardians, who the Elder Seer says desired to repay the kindness you showed them. For the sake of our people as well as theirs, may your mission be met with success. Okay, now, if I had known I was going to go back to Kurthus, I would have done the Kurthus one next. Alright, let's go attune to that. Go back to Dragonhead. Flying around on a shark. Oh, there's the aetheryte right there. Go to Limsa now. We got a pop. Maybe. World of Darkness. I always have my chat. Obviously, you can't see it because my camera's blocking it. To avoid, doxing anybody on accident. But I always have it on, and I have to have the oral cues, AURAL cues, just so I don't miss any, commentary or question somebody might have, or instructions somebody might have. I am the sole fizz ranged in this group. Now this is going to be interesting. They're having fun today. It's gonna be a fun little crowd. Somebody says, hello, we have a first timer here, so please wait for the cutscenes. Somebody replied, but somebody else replied, and stop throwing things or I'm turning this car around and we're going home to Winnipeg. So just, but it was my turn with the Game Boy. Somebody else replied, you can have it if you get off my side. Nice. Okay, anytime, thanks. Jesus. This conversation tonight is priceless. I can't read it while I'm fighting at the same time. I want to be turned away in case of mortal gaze. I also want to be off that pad because I don't want to steal it from somebody else who really needs it. We really do want to get these ads down. We're gonna get out of that. There's always somebody who's like stuck in the middle. They're bound. They can't leave. And if you don't get out, if too many people stay in that circle, that poor bound person will die. Mortal gaze, look away. We're Group B, okay. This is actually a very polite group. It's kind of nice. Yeah, that was a bad use of it. The melee DPS should be LBing, but if it gets down, you know, like below 5% and they haven't done it, then I might actually do that, but I'm gonna leave it for them otherwise. This is one of those situations. If you don't use it, you lose it. So, may as well use it, right? It's not like dungeons in that respect. The LB bar resets every big boss. Ooh, that is not a good place to be. Now we're going to AoE the extra heads down. All right, the convention on this one. A is the left. Group A, Alliance A, is on the left side. Group B, Alliance B goes to the middle platform. Group C goes to the right one. Sometimes people are jerks and put the letters in the wrong spot. So That's the convention. At least it is on the North American servers. It might be different on different regions. Do different things sometimes. That guy down quickly. It's so polite, man, and like everybody's waiting. This is great. B for belly. We are B. B for bile. C for chains. Okay, so we got eaten, which is good. Now we're gonna focus these stomach walls. Hopefully something's getting the chains. Hopefully. Yeah, they are. When you see those balls, you're going to get lines coming out of them. We got to watch out. We want to be out of the way of that Hound of Hell. I usually just stay on the side here. I mean, if you're on a melee and you got to worry about positionals, you can always hit true north for the positionals that require you to be in back. Alright. We're at the final boss. Trying to see what fun stuff they said. Somebody said, but I'm a game girl, not a boy. I will take the batteries. Don't make me. Guys, could you shut up? I'm trying to think of a noun for Mad Libs. Oh my god. These guys are funny. Good group this time. Good group. Tried to do the chaotic version of this. Oh my god, is it hard? It is really hard. I'm sure some people will go, no, it's not. But yeah, it's hard. At least one person has to stand in this to soak it. And, I think we got them all. All right. When I'm on ranged, I like to go soak the stuff because keeps the melee uptime on the boss. But honestly, it doesn't matter. She dies so freaking fast. Whoa, we got like LB3, man. Good boy. Nice job, Viper. Nice job. I was waiting for him to hit that. Ideally, melee LB3 does a lot more damage than ranged. Oh. He already left. Red Mage has a cute outfit. That's my high-tech way of selecting sometimes. It's so hard to decide. It's like, oh man, everybody was doing a great job. I don't want to take it away from anybody. All right, folks. Here we are. We're talking to Rashat Riki. Lieutenant Tia, you are, as ever, a welcome sight at Maelstrom Command. Our worst fears are realized. The primal Leviathan has returned to threaten our shores. We did not think it possible for the fishbacks to summon the rapacious god without a considerably longer period of preparation. But there can be no mistake. Prior to contacting Urianger, we received a report detailing the almost complete destruction of a merchant fleet upon the open sea. Only one vessel managed to limp into port, bearing the decidedly unwelcome news of Leviathan's resurgence. Judging by the testimony given by the surviving crew members, the massive waves the entity leveled against the ships dwarfed anything we have ever seen the Primal command before. Should he unleash a tidal wave of similarly empowered proportions, limbs that would be scraped from this island like a barnacle from a hull. It is with such dread imaginings in my mind that I bid you sail forth to slay the Lord of the World yet again. Our strategy remains unchanged. The twin vessel, the World Eater, is already being prepared under the command of Storm Marshal Slafferswin. Make your way to the Moraby dry docks. Once your own preparations are complete, seek out Sergeant Sternlona, and she will see you safely aboard the ship. May the navigator guide and protect you. We go to the Moraby dry docks. Storm Sergeant Sternlona at your service. The war leader is loaded and ready, sir. I'll give the signal for the towing vessel to depart as soon as you're aboard. Leviathan was sighted some distance from the coast, so there should be more than enough time to build up to ramming speed. The entire crew is willing to lay down their lives to ensure you reach your target, sir, so you just concentrate on skewering that overgrown sea serpent. Oh, we got a pop here. Oh, sorry about that, guys. An evil grin there. Yeah, we got her. All right. Let's go back to Vesper Bay. Y'shtola would entrust you with the titanic task of defeating a greatly strengthened Titan. So, both Ifrit and Garuda are now vanquished by your hands. Truly, you have earned yourself a rest. Would that you had the luxury of time to enjoy it. It pains me to say that Titan is also returned, and with a vengeance. As was the case with his primal brethren, he has grown stronger than he was before. When I went about my investigation, all indications suggested that the kobolds were nowhere near ready to resume their summoning rites. But it turns out they were deceiving us. I should have known better. The kobold's subterranean domain runs deep, and they can easily hoard crystals with our being none the wiser. And a vast hoard it must have been. Till now, Garuda was the most powerful among the 3 recently active primals, but according to our latest readings, Titan has usurped that honor. A primal's might is determined by 2 factors: the amount of crystals it has gorged upon and the fervor of its believers. I would like nothing more than to precisely measure how strong the Lord of Crags has become, but I fear the time for such prudence has run out. We have already received an official request for assistance from the Maelstrom, and as you might expect, it is addressed to you. For your previous encounter with Titan, you traveled to his domain by way of the aetheryte first discovered by the Company of Heroes. Sad to say, this aetheryte no longer seems to respond. But do not despair, for the Maelstrom has reportedly found another in its place. You will want to speak with Commander Riki at the Maelstrom Command for the details. I cannot stress this enough, but Titan has grown fearsome strong. See to it you spare no preparation. Alright, head back to Limsa. Lieutenant Tia, your presence is most welcome. I'm chagrined that we must turn to you again to lay Titan low. No doubt this is yesterday's news to you, but the Lord of Crags has returned more ferocious and formidable than he was before. We cannot fathom how the kobolds were able to obtain such vast stores of crystals in so short a time. We will learn the answer in the coming moons, I suspect, but first things first. We need you to vanquish Titan before he and the kobolds have a chance to wreak havoc on Limsa Lominsa. You have felled the primal before, and we believe that you can emerge victorious once more. We've learned of a new aetheryte that will take you to the navel. It's situated deep within the Ogamaro mines, not the most convenient of locations, admittedly, so you'll have to cut yourself a path. Please make all haste. Titan's mere presence emboldens the kobolds, and 'tis only a matter of time before they move in force against us. May the Navigator guide you on your way, Lieutenant. Well, let's go over there again. Camp Overlook. Sometimes you go, just can I just phone you? Can you just, message me on the link pearl instead of making me run all over BFE? This place in here is like super, super confusing, I have to say. We got a pop. That was actually fairly quick. Move to the outer edge here. You don't want to get too close to the edge, number one, because it's on fire, and number two, he Makes it disappear. Now we have to hit the heart instead of him. Everything, you always want to get the granite jail down, especially if you have healer inside it. Nice. Very nice. Oh, okay. I ended up with it by default. Go back to Mordona. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. So we're going to stop the stream right for now. And we'll return, and I'll be live streaming. So I try and do that every Wednesday. You're welcome to join anytime. I'm happy to talk during the streams, as you've discovered if you've watched for any length of time. And I'm happy to have a conversation with anybody who wants to drop by. So if you want to comment on in the comment section down below, you are welcome to do that too. I try to get back to the comments within a day or so, if not sooner, you know. All right, so we'll be back shortly. And here we are. Hello, cats and kittens. Mama Cat Gamer here. We are in the Realm Reborn patch series of quests on our way to Heavensward. I'm hoping we make it today. I'm really excited about finishing up. We're gonna have some really dramatic moments coming up. I just know it, and they're fantastic. So I'm hoping to get him to enjoy them along with me. I just finished Garuda and Titan in hard mode. I had to do those in order to advance the patch quests. So I'll have that uploaded probably in a few weeks, actually. Let's talk to Urianger. Oh, he's got two of them for us. Primal Awakening. Urianger would speak with you regarding the unidentified primal. When the Senary moon did wane, there sounded a blood-curdling roar. A new primal had roused. The portents gave us to believe one whose identity yet lieth beyond our ken. Your guess is as good as mine at what a Senary moon is. I'll have to go look that one up. By thy hand 3 primals have since been vanquished. As each returned to the ether, 'twas observed that tremors foreshadowing this fourth grew in strength and frequency both. The being doth quicken, and in time it shall become a scourge upon the land. Yet even as we pondered a course of action, a benevolent soul did arise, one who would forestall this threat. Though she be tender in years, she is true of heart and steadfast of resolve. She would solicit thine aid, and if thou art willing to proffer it, lest thou wonder, this maiden is of our order. Thus did the antecedent straightways consent that thou shouldst assist her howsoever thou mayest. As soon as thou art able, hie thee to Wineport, where thy petitioner doth await thee even now. Thou shalt, for a certainty, find her visage strikingly familiar. Oh, now I haven't done these in a while, so we'll see who that is. Urianger beseeches your aid in solving the resurgent mystery of the primals. It is decided. The stance of the Scions must evolve from shifting sand to unyielding stone. My place, however, is here in the land of unending tragedy. Ere must I remain until the true nature of the primals is revealed unto me. Many seasons did I toil to fashion a net across this vast realm, a net that catcheth not fish, but nuggets of wisdom more valuable than gold. Yet even possessed of this hoard of knowledge, I cannot purchase all the keys to the confounding doors that bar my passage. Thus must I presume to unsheath the, quote, blade born of light, unquote. Thine is a strength that shattereth the stoutest barriers, and doth pierce that which obfuscates the impotent gaze of ordinary men. We have not the luxury of time required for my measured scholarly pace. For the adder's nest is astir, hissing with the news of Garuda's return. Her winds have grown ever more violent, ever more destructive. What lieth behind this sudden waxing of power? The answer may well prove a vital piece of the puzzle of the primal's existence. Mine eyes perceive a looming wall of strife, poised to crash down upon our cities with unrestrained fury. For the nonce, you must pacify the Lady of the Vortex. Swiftly now to the Adder's Nest. High Serpent Commander Ulwa will have such details as thou needest to proceed. I shall await thee at the Waking Sands and pray for thy success. So basically what he's saying is, Garuda's going to be a problem again. We need to take care of her. Go talk to Ulwa. Trust Urianger to say in 15,000 words of Shakespearean English that which can be said in about 3. All right, let's go to the Adder's Nest. Wanted to make sure there weren't any other trials that I had to get done in order to advance the patch quest lines. And I got the mystery individual at Wineport. And I think we'll be all set. I think. I'm gonna eat another egg. Ah, Gab of the Scions. Might I deduce from your stern expression that you have heard this disturbing news? I, Garuda, returns once more to plague our nightmares. I fear this incarnation of the lady is more tempestuous than aught we have yet witnessed. If you are prepared to face this roiling storm, then I will brief you on what must be done. Of course, we're going to face this roiling storm. Gale Force Warning. That's a reference to something. I can't remember what it is. Commander of Vorsail, Ulwa wishes to send you against the latest incarnation of Garuda. We first learned of Garuda's return when the primal fell upon the Blue Badgers as they sought to construct a new watch spire. The devastation was absolute. According to the report of the one surviving engineer, Garuda invoked the most horrific gale with but a gesture of her tail and hand. The powerful winds tore apart the half-built tower, crushing the workers and scattering their broken bodies like dolls. By all accounts, it appears the Lady of the Vortex has grown stronger with this summoning. She must be stopped before the casualties are allowed to pile any higher. But as you might imagine, the Ixal, eager to please their bloodthirsty goddess, are engaging our troops on every front. I have not the soldiers to spare for a primal hunting expedition. Thus, I sent word to the Scions to beg the aid of proven champions. You and your companions are our best hope for freeing Gridania of this rampaging fiend. I ask that you confront Garuda in her customary domain, the Howling Eye. Such a titanic conflict is best confined to Ixali lands, wouldn't you agree? Though I imagine the Birdmen have since made adjustments to their crystal, the Beastman Aetheryte found within Nadalin remains the surest means of entry. May the 12 strengthen your arm, Gav. All right, we got to reattune to that Aetheryte, but that's in Nadalin, and that's closer to Mordona, so I'm going to go do the... I'm going to go to Wineport first. I could probably, like, go to Limsa and then take a ferry over to Costa del Sol and stuff like that, but I didn't feel like doing that. Alize! Oh, how cool is that? We haven't seen her in, like, what? 900 quests? Oh. Jakey's gonna come for a visit. Come on. You gonna come by? Alize says, "It's been a while, adventurer. As I recall, my brother Alfino took the liberty of introducing us when first and last we met." Well, come on. I know you want to come up. In the middle of the conversation. All right. I'll start that over again. It has been a while, adventurer. As I recall, my brother, Alfino, took the liberty of introducing us when first and last we met. But for the sake of propriety, Alize Levailleur, I thank you for coming. I've heard much and more of your exploits. By your hand, the Black Wolf is slain and his Ultima weapon destroyed. You are possessed of great strength and courage, that much is plain. I shall have need of one such as you if I am to see my mission through to its conclusion. As you may be aware, the violence of Dalamud's fall changed not only the face of the realm, but also the base of the realm. Specifically, it played havoc with the etheric currents, creating vast confluences of ether below the surface. Among other phenomena, this led to the formation of subterranean caverns at key points of stress. One such cavern lies beneath Castrum Occidens and extends to only the gods know where. Despite appearances, Castrum Occidens is as much a research facility as it is a fortress. Gaius van Belsar chose the site for no other reason than to probe the caverns without interference. As you went about vanquishing the returned primals, I observed a repeating wave pattern in the ether, corresponding exactly to the dates on which you were reported to have felled Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Upon closer examination, it became clear that these unique waveforms emanated from the deep beneath the aforementioned stronghold. Crucially, I recorded the same pattern during the recent celebrations, and have since been given to understand that this phenomenon bears a disquieting similarity to the one observed shortly prior to the calamity. 5 years ago, my grandfather invoked the power of the 12 that he might contain Bahamut. Alas, his efforts failed and he vanished, together with his foe. I would know the truth of what transpired that day, of grandfather's fate, and of the metamorphosis that swept across the land. In casting light upon these mysteries, we will find a way to cure what ails this world. It is my belief that the answers I seek lie hid within the depths of the cavern. I would have you accompany me on an expedition to find them, Gav. If truth be told, I am not wont to rely upon others, and have thus far handled matters alone. Yet I am not blind to my limitations. Unescorted, I cannot hope to succeed in this endeavor. I swore that I would find a way to restore peace to Eorzea. If you desire the self-same, then aid me, as you aided my brother and the Scions. Okay. I am in your debt. You are a man of action, and I sense that we will accomplish much together. But let us not waste any more time. As I mentioned, Castrum Oxidon straddles the cavern I wish to explore. If I am to have a hope of reaching it alive, I will need you to infiltrate the stronghold first and locate a path into the depths. Once you have done so, pray report your success to Storm Private Gibroka. You may consider her my assistant here in Wineport. I have every faith that you will not fail me. 12 speed your way, Gav. All right. Does she have anything else for us? As I mentioned, Castrum Oxidon straddles the caverns I wish to explore. If I am to have a hope of reaching it alive, I will need you to infiltrate the stronghold first and locate a path into the depths. Okay. This is Primal Awakening. You arrive at Wineport to find Elfino's twin sister, Alize, who has been conspicuous by her absence throughout your struggles thus far. She reveals to you that Castrum Oxidon straddles a cavern, formed in the wake of the calamity, and expresses her desire to probe its uncharted depths. Fight your way through the Imperial stronghold and seek a path down into the darkness. Well, we are going to leave that for another day. I think you may have had one too many sips, she says. They're sleeping. All right. We got to reattune to the Aetheryte in Nadalin, so let's go up to Camp Dragonhead. This is almost like my house today, you know? Blizzard going on. It's like snowing like crazy here. Ooh. That's an interesting turn of events there. Alright, now we got good intentions. Let's get back to Mordona. Let's go see what our Scions have to say to us. Let's see, Papalimo. I do not fault Sir Emmerich for being less than forthcoming with his beliefs. Not even the Highborn are beyond the reach of the Inquisition. Oh, well, all right. He was less than forthcoming with us. Y'shtola, true, young leaders can be more amenable to new ideas. Then again, their lack of experience and influence can hinder their ability to enact reforms. That is true. You can have, it's like in real life. It's easier if you're experienced at whatever it is you're doing, and you're able to to make reforms when you have more clout, basically. But, you know, younger people are always bringing new things to the table. And so it's always good to hear new ideas. And, you know, you never know when somebody's going to come up with something fantastic. Tataru says, there's little fortune and far less fame in being a receptionist, but one must be realistic. Also, it would seem that I was grossly misinformed regarding the average earnings of a street performer. So, last we saw, she was like juggling and wanting to be a street performer, and everybody else was going, yeah, don't quit your day job. Ryo. A lot of new faces have come in from all over to join the Crystal Braves. We're glad for the help, of course, but it's still a right pain in the arse training them up. You know, yeah. Training anyone new to any position is a challenge. Forgive me, Gav. I thought I had prepared enough meals for everyone, but the others were most hungry. Yeah, well, see, like the last time we talked to her, she said she would have a hot meal waiting for us. And now she's saying, sorry, we're sold out. You didn't save me a plate. Higiri, our stocks of wine have nearly run dry. That's Charlie and Scholars drinking us out of house and home. Calm yourself, Coltene. It's just a little ship after practice. Clears out the cobwebs. No end. A sip before practice, a sip after practice, and all too often a sip during practice. I do believe Moonbrita is having quite the bad influence on you. Ida. What you two do is your own business. Don't say I didn't warn you. Moonbrita. Trying to tumble the table now, are we? Don't give up yet, boy. Ida, line him up. Hey, I just gotta say, you're pretty, you're all right. Trying to bang the table now, you know, don't give up yet. Oh my god, Moonbrita's hilarious. Alright, Minfilia. She is considering which of her many responsibilities demands her utmost attention. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. More like had them thrown on you. Alfino says, lest you forget, Antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. We're not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason. True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Gav, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. Minfilia says, to what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? Alfino. As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Rauban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Blades to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I can't afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so for the foreseeable future, I think it would be for the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection? Minfilia says, none whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Alphino says, Moonbreeda's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. She's ever the optimist, isn't she? Gav. Minfilia continues, Gav, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his brave with theirs? It would do much to restore faith in the immortal flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Alphino, not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Ryle's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. Minfilia says, if there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Sending Gav to deliver the message. That's the usual fashion. God forbid we ever use our link pearls to, contact each other. While we focus on resolving the Ascian threat, pray devote your energies to assisting Alphino and the Crystal Braves. Oh, they moved around. They probably have something new to say. Tataru. Hello, Gav. Are you sleeping well? You must be absolutely exhausted from saving the realm on a daily basis. Oh, no, Tataru. It's good. It's good. Flamine says, ever since Moonbreeda arrived, the Rising Stones has been buzzing with excited energy. I must admit, her enthusiasm is rather contagious. I thought she was going to go chill out with Urianger at Waking Sands, but I guess not. Higiri says, I am unfamiliar with the dishes of the lands to the north. Perhaps once Moonbreeda has concluded her current research, she might deign to share with me her culinary knowledge. Papalimo. Moonbreeda has charged us with acquiring some rather esoteric manuscripts, and I'm afraid the task is proving to be nigh impossible. Shula says, when the City of Learning was abandoned, a great many tomes were scattered and lost. How smoothly our research might proceed were we able to peruse the archives of yesteryear. There's a lot to be said for reading, the wisdom of people who've come before us. Moonbreeda. These two have been telling me stories about the corrupted crystal formations that appeared following the calamity. I'll need more data before I can draw a conclusion, but I'm intrigued by the potential of their untapped energy. Kultane says, Hori and I were in eastern Thanalan when the colossal shards of Dalamud pierced the ground. We stood witness to the subsequent explosion of ether and watched dumbfounded as the swirling energy solidified into those twisted crystal structures that we now know so well. Hori Boulder. We were but stripling adventurers the night we saw fire rain from the sky and a pillar of light scorch the heavens. What a sight that was, eh, Kultane? Ida says, we needed a rare ore to modify the white orosite, and Thancred solved the problem using only his link pearl. I mean, it's great and everything, but where's the fun in that? Thancred made a phone call and fixed the problem immediately. One phone call, he had it solved. When one is in need of precious commodities, it helps to have friends in the right places. Fortunately, I'm well acquainted with the charming daughter of a successful Ul'dan import merchant. I bet you are. On many levels. Is everything in order, Gav? Are you ready to attend us? Yeah, now that I've talked to everybody else. Pleasure's eyes, Gav, says Ryle. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it? Alphino says, actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then, says Ryle. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons that found their ways into refugee hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind of something promising, a rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. Alphino says, I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Ryle says, brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Gav, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods. Savvy? Alphino says, seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Gav? Sounds like a great idea. Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you will excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Don't keep Captain Ilbert waiting for you too long, mate. He might have to start without you. Okay. Speak with Ilbert at Highbridge. Camp Drybone it is. What does Ilbert have to say? Gav, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the black marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Levailleur needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever had need of loyal, able-bodied friends? Having found one in you, it is only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Do I detect just a note of jealousy there? It's like, you didn't need to come. Little lordling sent you off here. Bait and switch. Ilbert is eager to bring the black marketeer and his clients to justice. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Gav. It's flying over there. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Yeah, let's go down there. gonna summon my chocobo. Who goes there? An adventure? Damn fool, you should have never come here. You know. But wait, there's more. You know, I haven't checked to see if my companion has new skills lately. Probably do. No. Well, still 0. Wait for Ilbert outside the tunnel entrance. Okay. I don't understand. What's this all about? Grr. I got that's the scared. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Leveilleur would be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Papa Cat Gamer just got home from work. Best laid schemes. Ilbert would like nothing more than to have this incident forgotten. I will join the first in their hunt for the dusk-white sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the third's Yuhuhaze. He will take care of the rest. Okay, see if Ilbert has anything else to say. Pray, take the Black Marketeer's weapons in that crate, deliver them to Ul'dah. Seek out Yuhuhaze of the 3rd Unit on the steps of Thal. Deliver the crate into his care. Let's see what it says. Confiscated crate. A wooden box filled with contraband. Wilred? Did you hear, my friend? I've received my first official assignment as a full-fledged member of the Crystal Braves. Alian. Why, Gav, this is a surprise. Rish wished for me to thank you for helping us to rescue her from Castrum Sentry. How fortunate that we could meet again so soon. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? This confiscated crate. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, right? Ryle stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. Yu Hazi says, a blatant falsehood. Clearly Ryle is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dan merchants who have ever strived to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything worth at all. Wilward says, it's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. Alian says, there will be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Alian, for the freedom of all. All right. Oh, hey. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Gav, a word if you please you. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time. Don't you worry. Now I gotta speak with Ryle. Gonna send my retainers out again. Hell again, Melon. Eorzean map table. That's actually a nice little item for an apartment. Or your house or whatever. Usually can buy apartments even if you can't buy a house, so. And it's kind of handy to have an apartment in each of the major city-states. Because then you can zone to your apartment. It's a lot cheaper. A lot cheaper. Ryle. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. It's not quite how the first told it. These Duskwights they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw them yourself? Not before the fighting started and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boast. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Tataru. Gav, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you are able. Okay. We're going to go to the Rising Stones. But I have to go feed the family dinner first, so we will take a break for a little while. We will pick this up probably again in about an hour-ish, maybe an hour and a half, so come back and join us soon. I look forward to continuing this story. I'm hoping I really want to get to Heavensward tonight. It's such a cool thing. Mama Cat Gamer has responsibilities besides gaming, and that includes feeding the family and making sure that things like dishes get done and all that jazz. So I will see y'all in a little while. Hello, cats and kittens. We are back. I had a little break. We had a great dinner. I tried a new recipe for whole wheat bread. Put some almond flour in it. It was really good. Trying to increase our fiber, decrease the calories, you know, all that good stuff. As always, you're welcome to ask questions, make comments, say snarky things about Alfino's sassiness. Oh my gosh. He really does improve later on, I must say. I don't have a lot of love for him at the moment, but his character definitely improves later on. All right. I got to report to Drillmont. And then I got to report to Tataru and Rising Stones. Okay, let's do Drillmont first. Well, we officially beat our snow record today. The previous record was 2 inches, and we're at 3 inches at my place. I believe the National Weather Service said we broke the record today, too. Quite a bit more than we were expecting. And it's still snowing. We're supposed to get some more overnight. Almost drove off the staircase there. All right, Drillmont. Trillemont, if you want to be specific. Gav, I'm glad to see you safely return. By the grace of the Fury and the aid you have given us, we have taken back what is ours. Yet surely you saw what the Dravanians left in their wake, a ruin, a blood-crusted eye in need of much physicking before it can resume watch over the dragons. It will be a long and hard work to rebuild the Stone Vigil, long and hard. One battle ends, another begins. Our war is a holy one, and there is no rest for the pious, except in the arms of the Fury herself. Never shall be depleted the ranks of Ishgard's glorious dead. Never shall the prayers of the righteous be in vain. The dragons will perish, this I swear by swords whole and broken. Much hinges on your efforts, Gav. If Isard is allowed to summon Shiva, the lives of countless Ishgardians will be in danger. Alright, we had done the Stone Vigil hard when I was doing a high-level roulette. Roulettes give lots of really good XP, so don't forget to do them. You know, you can do them once a day. I mean, you can do them more than that, but you won't get the best rewards out of it. Still get quite a few rewards. But you don't get the one single day, once a day roulette reward, which is really good. I think you can get like half a level in the MSQ one. I'm gonna have to clear out my inventory after a while. Alright, Tataru. Thank you for coming so quickly, Gav. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady by all indications. The Rising Chorus. Tataru seems eager to escort you to the Solar. Okay, our guest is with the antecedent in the Solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? The Lady Knight from Ishgard cuts quite a gallant figure, doesn't she? We were able to locate those elusive manuscripts in the archives of the Thaumaturges Guild. I had not spoken much with the new guildmasters, but thankfully they were quite willing to accommodate us in our search. Higiri. Considering the sudden arrival of foreign envoys and the like, preparing suitable meals at the Rising Stones can prove to be an interesting challenge. Ystrola. Though it may seem tedious when compared with the smiting of terrible foes, poring over crumbling scrolls is one of us Scions' most important duties. Without the illumination of knowledge, we but vainly flail at specters in the dark. Fultonay. Professor Lamberton has published a thorough study on corrupted crystals and their properties. I highly recommend you procure yourself a copy of his work. I'll get right on that there. Hoary Boulder says, I must confess, the relationship between those crystal formations and the destruction of the Ascians quite escapes me. Ida says, I traveled to Ul'dah to meet with Thancred's friend, the one who promised us that rare ore, and she began cursing me with words I've only ever heard from the mouths of pirates. I still have no idea why she was so angry about. In hindsight, mayhaps sending a lady in my stead was not the wisest of decisions. Pray ignore my ramblings. I think we got in trouble. I think we got all the Scions talked to. Some of the funniest comments lately. Moonbrita encouraging Thancred to tumble the table some more. Just had me at stitches. Well, let's see what Riange says. Unexpected tidings from the north, borne by the Lord Commander's second. What manner of wind bloweth this day? Moonbrita. At this point, it would be more unnerving if he spoke plainly. She's not wrong. If he started speaking like in regular verbiage, we'd like go, who the heck is that? This is no time for idle chatter. Well, we're going to take some time, Tataru. Good of you to join us. We have much to discuss.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgardsormr had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgardsormr. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
That's almost presumptuous of Sir Emric.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
I had to ask the family to close the door. My hubby is watching a college football game, and it's very vocal. Although, to be fair, it's very enjoyable. All right. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Belsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgardsormr, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether for miles around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center, a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. See if they have anything else to say to us. Before I depart, I must needs speak with the antecedent in private, if you would be so kind. And Philia says, Midgardsormr was once worshipped as the guardian deity of Silvertear Falls. Yet there he has lain for 15 years. Does she have anything new to say? Oh, gods. If that charred monstrosity actually returned to life, I don't know what I would do. Oh, Moonbrina might have something to say here. I'm pushing ahead with my research as quickly as I dare. The next time you face an Ascian, I would have you fight with a proper weapon in hand. Alright. They don't have anything new to say, so... let's speak with the Doman Watch. It's like pink glistening stuff in the air is really very cool. Or purple, I guess, is a really cool effect. You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again? Well, from here, that seems rather unlikely. But if it's insurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans, who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. All right, now we gotta do Keeper of the Lake. The boat is yours for the taking, though I wouldn't make the journey without a few friends at my side, as these Garleans won't hesitate to attack you. All right, let's see what we can do. Oh, we can do it with a party of NPCs. Excellent. Let's switch to Dragoon for this one. Here we go. Codpiece Clipper. Codpiece is that piece of clothing and in cases of men's private part. You might have seen them like in Henry VIII. Codpiece Clipper implies that they're just the right height to snip some vitals. I pushed the envelope last time. Einhander. Okay. We want to stay out of the way of those red canisters. Of course, they went to the opposite side. Oh my god, the Thaumaturge is in Tank Buster. Should save that for after I hit Lance Charge. Oh well. So, Reaper is my main, and I probably play that the best out of it. Any of the classes, their jobs so far. And Dragoon is not my best, but I enjoy it very much. But Reaper and Viper are just tons of fun. You have to pick up the key, and then you have to use it on this Magitech terminal. It is very easy to overpull up here. be careful. Ooh, that. Oop, almost forgot the key. I don't always get to, you don't get to see stuff when you're running with another crowd, right? So one of the nice things about taking your NPCs with you is you get to look around and do all that stuff that you never get to do when you're rush through a dungeon. So. Yeah, you kind of want to stay out of that fire. Ooh, I want to get out of that. Oh my goodness. Did I burn it down too quickly for your liking? Nice. Hello. Oh, it's the kill me bots. Yeah, right? We're finally out of that noise. I can't remember who said that. Those sirens sound like, kill me, kill me, kill me, over and over and over again. Gotta say hi to the guildmates. Oh, yeah, we probably shouldn't stand in that. Gotta keep moving, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Kill me. Kill me. Oh, yeah, we can do that for you. In fact, we're gonna do that right now. We take out the entire place. Alright, we are at our final boss.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet? Thou hast forgotten the face of thy lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Okay. We should only be a great worm. We mustn't falter. Get out of the blue. nice thing is these guys are all programmed to do the correct thing, so you kind of follow along with what they're doing. They're gonna keep you out of trouble generally. Now those guys on the side will shoot out that line AoE. How bold thy defiance, he says. Yet full of fear is thy heart. Well, I mean, if I were facing a giant-ass dragon, I think I would be a little scared too. Alright, here. As soon as that goes off in the middle, we're gonna move in. I think we want to stay out of that purple. Like I probably didn't. Stack marker. I used feint there to try and minimize some of that nasty hit. My favorite thing to do in game? LB3. My favorite thing. I know the cutscenes are great. I didn't film some of them because I didn't capture them because I did them as part of the roulettes. And they popped during the roulette and I didn't have the OBS on to record it, so I think I'm gonna go back and do the, you know, the story plus thing. All right. Wonder if these guys have anything to say. Hey, we made it. All right, let's see what happens in the cutscene.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. 7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee. Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more. The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. impotent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
Well, my goodness. Yeah, it's like, right? It's like, what? You took my blessing away, man. So, we got Midgard Sormer. Father of Dragons, Keeper of the Lake, Bane of the 14th Legion. While it is difficult to believe the Yaum-Long pup could be any of these things, he assures you his current form is only temporary and while he awaits the reconstruction of a new corporeal vessel. Sure, why not? You can have him come along with us for a while. Yeah, I had totally forgotten about that part because I haven't seen this in like 3 years, so I'm enjoying seeing him again for the second time, which feels like the first. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alfino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Well, let's do that. Because I'm too lazy to fly. Gonna eat an egg. Ah, there's Lucia. Have you spoken with Commander Leveilleur yet? He's been pacing again. Well, the little lordling can pace a little longer while I talk to everybody else first. 12, save me, is it coming? What should we do? Oh, he's not? Flamine says, that Lady Knight from Ishgard cuts quite a gallant figure, doesn't she? Alright, they didn't have anything new to say, so we will move on. My god, the little comments with Thancred in this section are freaking hilarious. I was just dying laughing reading them. Oh, what does Urianger say? Truth interpreted is truth transformed. Today's heroes may yet become tomorrow's gods. Or something else. Could we be a little more vague? Thank you, Urianger. Thank you. Welcome home, Gav, says Minfilia. Alfino was worried sick about you. Why don't you go and set his mind at ease? Alfino says, praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. As I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Emmeric's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgard Sormer? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Minfilia adds, Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Urianger says, less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Elfino says, though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard-Sormer in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as such. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. So, she says, I read an article that counts all the words said by the characters in Final Fantasy XIV. Elfino talks the most. Yeah, he does. Urianger says, tis the most. To be fair, Urianger has like the widest vocabulary of all of them compared to some others' grunts. You're just... I don't want to say names yet. Elfino, as for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emmerich's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray, remain here for now. Minfilia says, is there something you're not telling us, Gav? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as if you are missing something important. Yeah, oh, I got speared in the chest with this, like, shaft of light. And then Midgard-Stormers stole my light. Minfilia says, 12 for Fend. Midgard-Stormers stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you all right? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard-Sormer made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althik and Naimea, Brother Time and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgard-Sormer ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Heidelin herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Well, last night I made some bacon and eggs. Sewed up some clothing, those are what I wrought with my own hands.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Alfino says, the Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard-Sormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. Tatari says, as the reception of the Rising Stones, 'tis my job to receive all manner of guests with due courtesy. I've had to memorize the political positions and military ranks of half a dozen nations. Yep. Anything new from them? Nope. Alright, let's talk to Alfino. He has a message from Moonbrita for the Scions. Ere I forget, I believe Moonbrita has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Would you be so kind as to inform Moonbrita that our Ishgardian visitor has departed? I must speak with the Crystal Braves, and then I shall join you all forthwith. Okay. Moonbrita says, all done with your talk of dragons. Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? I love Moonbrita. She is a riot. Oh, let's see what Moonfilia says. I've summoned everyone to the solar. Twould seem Moonbrita has something exciting to share with us. All right, let's do it. Give us some good news, Moonbrita.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
Because we needed a refresher on this course, even though we all know it.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Well, you could borrow the one that went through his chest from Midgardstormer just a moment ago.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Apparently, Ida is still in the school of Papalimo or something, you know?
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing.
Wireless corrupted crystals there. You know, get them from a mile away.
But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that. But no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
So, like, was he listening through the door the whole time? or was the door open? Just burst in with an answer.
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scions' aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
Yeah, probably, Moonbreeder. That's probably.
Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Scions will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangrid and Papalimo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Yeah, I could see him holding his ear to the door too and go, yeah, now's my entrance. Dramatic. Fling open the doors. All right. Minfilia, though I have little doubt you will prevail against the Empire's forces, I shall pray for your success nonetheless. Our very future may depend upon Moonbreeder being free to pursue her experiments. Speak with Alphino. Where is he? Oh, he's outside. Oh, they've all moved around. They probably got something new to say. Higiri, we do seem to be running low on provisions. I believe an excursion to the marketplace is in order. Tataru, for a small organization, we certainly chew through a prodigious amount of foodstuffs. Perhaps I should put a lock on the larder door. You might need to do that. Probably on the wine casks, too. Horrible, it seems you have barely arrived before you must once more plunge into the fray. Duty is an unforgiving mistress, eh? Though the tasks we tackle are not like to be as realm-shaking, Kultane and I must also heed her call. Flamine, I see that the Scions once more ready themselves for the road. I too must make preparations for an absence from the Rising Stones. Oh, I wonder where she's going. Hori was most eager to join you on the front lines of battle, but, as fate would have it, The antecedent has other plans for our talents. All right, anybody else hiding back here? Nope. Elfino says, "'Twould seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The 4th have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines." Rory Boulder, "Your duties take you to northern Thanalan, do they not?" Coltonay says, "We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamine travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that your Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall." How extraordinary that my little Asilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I'm proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. Coultonay says, "A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets." Rory Boulder says, "Bah, woe betide the blackguard who so much as glares in your direction, milady." I love it. I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way then? Never let it be said that Hoary Boulder is not enthusiastic. Speak with Wilred at the Cerulean processing plant. Oh, door to my office is shut while hubby watches a football game, so Jakey will not be making an appearance this time. You have to see what these boys said because it's funny. Let's see if I can. Your mother was an imperial whore. And she still wouldn't take your coin. Well, if he starts scratching on the door, I'll have to let him in. Wilred says, Commander Levayer sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames Reconnaissance Scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raban's Push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. I gotta go do over here. Oh, okay. This is the entrance. I don't think I can do that one. Yeah, I unlocked Ultima's Bane, Minstrel's Ballad. But that one you have to do in a party. Lieutenant Tia, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a close look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices. Devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we are unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. Lieutenant Edelstein wishes to share a report with you concerning the Garlean's movements on the counteroffensive. We've been keeping a close eye on that Garlean garrison. 'Twould seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the scouts seen leaving the castrum were too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow Scions of the situation and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alian and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. I didn't notice he landed on your shoulder and just sat there for a while. That's cute. I knew the Gallicanton does that. Well, let's see what these guys have to say. Ulrich says, right then, time to see if all this training's paid off. Rauger, guide my blade. Stola. Now that is an impressive piece of steel. She's talking to Moonbrita. Ida, have you ever seen swing her axe? Swipe, slice, cleave. There's really no stopping her. Moonbrita, isn't it a beauty? A lady merchant in Revenant's Toll simply gave it to me. She said she was investing in the future or some such. Pepalimo, considering the weapon she wields, I don't believe the lady is in need of additional protection. Let's see what Thancred says. Be it a squad of soldiers or some Magitech monstrosity, I shall allow no foe to harm the lovely Moonbrita. Oh, Thancred never change. I was flirting with Flamine a few, about 10 quests back. Allianz says, glad to have you with us, Gav. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridianum. Wilred adds, their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. Ilberd, they wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilberd, Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth shall have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless, holed up in Old Ah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. Elian says, the reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Gilbert, aye, 'twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. Papalimo, a wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. Gilbert, you're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Ah, thanks, man. Let me do all the dirty work. Let's summon our chocobo. But wait, there's more. Alright, back to you, Hasi. All in a day's work for the Warrior of Light. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I'd be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the Fourth and let Lieutenant Alian know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you could Do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. All right, let's go talk to him. Lieutenant Tia, what news of the Garleans? And as usual, we say 25 sentences in 5 seconds. Their raiding parties are no more then? Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. An uninvited Ascian. Lieutenant Edelstein appears concerned for Moonbreeda's well-being. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alion has reported a sound victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rugadin lady with the large axe. 'Twould appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but northern Thanalan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sword such as her. I would feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Sure. Let's go check in on her.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stops me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting.
Famous last words, right?
Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
He senses me. A useful talent.
An Ascian. Are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light.
Uh-oh. We're in trouble.
Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious. But this staff... You say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
If I'm right, and the Ascian is after Tupsimati, then we'd best make all haste back to the Rising Stones. Minfilia must be warned. All right. You're here. Master Louisoix's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now.
You two!
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on.
But she still has the blessing of light. He shouldn't be able to be here then.
But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If you can summon the 12, like you can primals, that's a very interesting thought.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Uh-oh.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Oh boy. Forget about me, go! Okay. I really don't want to, but I don't have a choice. I have to queue for that one, I think. Alright, let's go. We gotta pop. How is this the first time for a Reaper? I suppose it's possible. Oh, he's creepy. Ooh, that's just creepy. Okay, he moves around. Oh, we have to, you have to do them alternatingly. Really? He tends to pop up on opposite sides of the arena. Get out of that. There's going to be meteors coming down that the tank has to absorb. The first meteor that comes down is where the tear is going to spawn. So, tank needs to go grab that. You're gonna die. LB3 this one. And we need to focus that down. Uh-oh. I didn't hit my bloodbath in time. I'm sorry. Secret Ascian man. It's like secret agent man. Right. Woohoo. Joy, ear wiggle. Ear wiggle. Aw, I got 2 comms. That was sweet. All right, cutscene here.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
Die, you son of a bitch. Die.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this? No. No! Cannot! No!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
Okay, why doesn't she pick it up and do that?
Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Yeah, I feel that way too. It's like, oh my god. I think the older you get, the harder it hits too. Because you've seen more death over time. And while it's, you know, death is part of the cycle of life, it's still painful when somebody leaves. And I dread, you know, I would hate to be the one who had to tell Urianger. Oh my god.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice, was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart.
Poor Yange.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Scions. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
All right. I need just a little moment here. Developers of this game know how to pull on the emotional heartstrings really well. Papalimo says she was counting on the theory that a soul's ether burns brightest at the moment of its passing. A scholar until the very end. Oh, Moon, I miss you so much already, says Ida. Ishtola says, our list of grievances against the Scions was already overlong. Must they continue to add to it? Well, yeah, they're never done. Would we had arrived a few moments sooner. Just a few moments. Minfilia says, "Never have I seen a Riange so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moonbreeda's life and mourn her passing." Minfilia wishes to gather the Scions and honor the fallen Moonbreeda. Do they call it that in... Oh, yeah, they do. I was looking at the wiki to see if they call that by the name of that quest. As Moonbreeda was a native of Charlian, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the mark of the scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It is a monument found at Wraithfrost, and it is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Moonbreeda showed us the way forward at the cost of her own life. What worth is her sacrifice if we do not follow where it leads? Let us gather at Wraithfrost and show our respects for our fallen comrade. Then we shall continue with the work she began. As ever, I was a step too late. Y'shtola says, "Was there aught we might have done to save her? 'Tis foolish to torture oneself with such thoughts, yet the heart is oft times deaf to quiet reason." That's the truth. That is so true. The loss of those close to you is never easy, and Ida was closer to Moonbreeda than most. I don't want to believe she's truly gone. I think they all speak for all of us at times, you know? They must have had a bad play. My husband made this groan of pain.
Forgive me, Moonbreeda. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Right, back to the Rising Stones. The game might not be going as well as we hoped. No, Y'shtola says, the Rising Stones feels somehow colder. Moon Brita always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. Ida says, I don't feel much like talking at the moment. If you could just give me some time. Papolimo says, I loathe to see Ida in such pain, but I have not the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papolimo, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation, am at a loss for words. You know, sometimes you don't need any words, you know? You just be there. Thancred says, we must find some means of protecting ourselves from Ascian intrusions. There must be a way. Well, if anybody can find it, the Scions can. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Gav? Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Moonbrito, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Gav. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. It's not weakness, Minfilia. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. Minfilia has a request to make of you. Have you a moment, Gav? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbrita's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Ida should be somewhere within the Rising Stones. Pray lend her a sympathetic ear, my friend. Of course. A fellow Scion, after all. Like, do you even need to ask that? Hey, it's Gav. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy, at Wrathfrost. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Flower payment. A sack of gil received from Ida in exchange for a single moon daisy. Eh? They've got you running errands now. Them Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though. You'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. We have picked up dung, as I recall. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here, then, take it, and tell that Ida lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. Gods know she needs to. Bring the moon daisy to Ida at Wrathfrost. Ugh. Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moon daisy. Moon daisies are often hung to rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body when performing holy rituals to the goddess Memphina during daylight hours. Oh, Umbrita loved these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Oh dear.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Do they have anything new to say? Nope. Oh, maybe Ida does, though. Thanks again, Gav. I think I'm going to be all right. Ida seems to have regained a little of her spark, and I believe we have you to thank for that. I'm most grateful, Gav, truly. We must find some means of protecting ourselves from Ascian intrusions. There must be a way. Ophelia says, "We shall press onwards, as we have always done. I will not squander the sacrifices of our fallen friends by surrendering to a paralysis born of fear." Okay. Well, let's talk to Alfino. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeda's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. Alfino awaits the arrival of the Ishgardian envoy. The envoy is here. Lucia says, "I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may." Minfilia says, "Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians." Lucia says, "Aye. The dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sallied forth with a contingent of Temple Knights, several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at a cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault." Alfino says, "You paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then?" "We do, though it pricks our pride. It is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks, thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid." Alfino says, "Very well. I shall depart for Kurthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence." Lucia says, "It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies in Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders?" Minfilia says, "Though I would gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply." Lucia says, "You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising." Minfilia says, "I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard." Lucia says, "That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See." Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. Alfino says, "'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Gav."
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Well, hubby was sad because his football team lost. But there's next year, and they're a good football team. Ophelia says, "We have had reports from a number of frontier settlers. 'Twould seem the dragons have come as far as Mordona." Oh, yeah. Could be a little bit of a problem. Pretty sure we're going to go into battle soon, so I'm going to put the armor on this time. Tatara says, "If you're looking for the Scions, they already left for the Alliance nations. I do hope Ishgard will be saved." Flamine says, "Considering recent history, will there be any amongst the Alliance willing to aid the Holy See? Ishgard has few friends at the bargaining table." Yagiri says, "Though I have never seen one myself, it is said that dragons lair just beyond the borders of my homeland." Kultane, "Should events take a turn for the worse, we are fortunate that this settlement is such a popular crossroads for so many veteran adventurers." Ori Boulder, "The town has been calm through all this talk of war, but if those dragons come to Revenant's Toll, there will be panic aplenty, I wager." Alright, let's go to Camp Dragonhead. "It seems I was the swifter, Gav. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host is yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the Gates of Judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot." Question the knights at the Gates of Judgment. Luan says, "The Dravanians mass for an assault on our defenses, do they? Foolish lizards. They do not understand that to challenge the blessed light of the Holy See is to perish." Shonule? "Let the horde come. We shall rid ourselves of thousands of their number in one fell swoop." Tenterhooked Temple Knight. "When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones." Bothered Bowman. "The Gates of Judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered." Mark the nervous glances our friends share. The dragons have attacked, yes, but something else has occurred. Something unexpected. Let us question the knights here ere we proceed. Dyspeptic Dragoon. Koji Fox is ever into alliteration. "Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Trembling Temple Knight. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Marcelin, what business have you here? Speak quickly. We prepare for the onslaught of dragons, and every moment I waste on your blather could mean another dead knight. What do you do here? I am Sir Marcelin, Knight of Ishgard and Keeper of the Gates of Judgment. With my life I am sworn to defend this great ingress from our enemies. Even now the Dravanians mass for an assault on our walls. And every last resource must needs be bent towards fortifying our defenses. Do not try my patience with trivialities. What kind of place is this? You stand within the Gates of Judgment, the sole means of entering the holy sea of Ishgard. Only those deemed worthy in the eyes of the Fury may pass. In earlier days, I might have sought the grace of Haloni, an ever-hopeful petitioner, to fall there. In earlier days, I might have sought the grace of Haloni, in every hopeful petitioner, to fall to their knees before me. But war looms on the horizon, and His Eminence would not have our unity compromised by the intrusion of unruly outsiders. I trust I have made myself understood. Yes, you have. It would seem the heretics struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Lucia, Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Lucia says, Then you have learned of the heretics' treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. Also showing up to talk to Sir Emmerich in this Sir Emmerich outfit would be kind of weird. Visually, I had to change it to something more appropriate. But yes, we battle soon, so I want to be in armor. Elfino seems eager to return to Camp Dragonhead. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Orshfon will know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. Probably the intercessory again. See what Alfino says. Pray ask Lord Orshfon to direct us to the meeting place when you are ready. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in the intercessory. Sir Emmerich has now arrived in Camp Dragonhead. Pray, make your way to the intercessory. Okay, let us go there. Right around the corner. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Yeah. No, I think I want to stand here in the cold. Talk to him through the door. He doesn't look too happy there, does he? Ishgard's future hangs in the balance. If the city's salvation rests on our assistance, I cannot well withhold it. Even so, I mean to make Sir Emmerich sweat for his reinforcements on this occasion. Feigned disinterest may serve the cause of heirs in unity better than naked philanthropy. Hey, sweet bunny, how are you? We're getting closer to Heavensward. I thank you for coming with such haste and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Elfino says, yes, we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alfino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? Alfino says, an impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. Emmerich says, they are formidable warriors all, yet even among us... Let me try that again. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. Estinian, you flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. If ever I was without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Be at ease, Gav. I did not come to challenge you this day. Emmerich. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. 'Twould seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldreth, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Emmerich, aye. Many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldreth plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature will be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. Voice of Midgard's Stormer. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. Emmerich. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proved their loyalty to the Holy See. Yet, those stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Estinian. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand these creatures do not share a perception of time. That is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. Emmerich. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. Elfino says, "You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then?" Of that, we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander. Yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? Emmerich says, I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona? 7 hells. Very well, we'll assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Emmerich says, nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Istinian. Allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not. I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Elfino, then the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Oh, let's see what these two, if they have anything else to share with us. I am painfully aware of the hypocrisy of our request and the self-inflicted nature of our predicament. But should it serve to deliver my people from their unkind fate, gladly shall I bow my head and beg for aid. I expect, nay welcome, the coming storm of scorn and disdain. Nidhogg, he is the source of our suffering. If we do not fell the worm, these endless clashes count for naught. Elfino says. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. Elfino is ready to begin making preparations for war. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. Ere we sally forth into defense of Ishgard, we must needs consult with the antecedent. Come, let us return to the Rising Stones. Wonder if these guys have anything more to say before we leave them. Nope. Alright. Let's go to the Rising Stones.
Alfino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alfino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Line comes up again.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Jakey had to come for a visit. Ryle is suspicious of them, I see. Minfilia would have you assist with the preparations being made for the defense of Ishgard. I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alfino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray, brief Slaftborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. It is impossible to predict how many will rally to Ishgard's call for reinforcements. I do not envy those responsible for planning the city's defense. Does Flamine have anything for us? So, Minfilia has committed the Scions to Ishgard's cause, has she? Though she makes her pronouncements with unshakable confidence, I can only imagine how agonizing it was for her to arrive at this decision. So many lives at stake. Higiri, the threat of war sows panic and confusion, and routine tasks can offer a calming stability. Being sure the larder is properly stocked, for instance. Well, yeah. That's... Somebody's got to feed the troops, right? We are rather close to Kurthus, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Gav. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaftborn. And so I'd like you to spread the word to the settlers and adventurers in town. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Tataru is nothing if not enthusiastic. The accomplished adventurer says, "Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard." She's not wrong. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the Fourth that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, then black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folks like to believe our company is a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp among wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. Well, a lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road. You've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Gav. I had to turn my heater on. Adventurous Frontier Hand. So, Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege. These nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I'm loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. Our next one is way up top over there. So we're gonna fly up there because we can. Save ourselves running through a bunch of stairs. Austere adventure. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Nice. Let's stand right here. Lay a finger on any of my splendors and I'll cut it off. Angular adventure. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventurer in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddle behind an icy wall. There's like when you're driving a mount You like feel like you have to like go around people's tunes instead of, because you can go right through them. But it just distresses me to do that. I always have to drive around them. There you are, Gav. So, did you sway any hearts? Maybe one? One or two, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slaftborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant Soul veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Tataru is nothing if not enthusiastic. She has a message for you from Alfino. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alfino. Apparently the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight. And they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alfino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Alfino asked that you join him on the Royal Promenade. Don't worry, Slaftborn and I can handle the preparations here. Now get going! It wouldn't do to keep the Alliance leaders waiting. The guy did a backflip in front of me. That's funny. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Braves' intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alfino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but 2 of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Teleji Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords?
Alfino. Discovering that politics can be an SOB.
Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Ooh, Iceburn Merlvib. Oh.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Oh, I had that off, didn't I? All right, so the assault's begun. We have to move our forces into position. He told them to man the cannons alongside the knights, then the Durranian horde, and he'd have Gav and any allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith, not Fate, and report first to Sir Marcelin at the Gates of Judgment. I think food is kind of underrated in this game. I don't think people realize how important that is. Like, we were in a savage raid with somebody who didn't have any food on at all. And they kept dying and frequently. And I finally checked. I said, "Hey, do you have any food on?" And this person said, "No." I said, "Do you realize you're like you'd have like 10,000 or some crazy amount, like 10% more health?" It was like, yeah, I think it was like 10 or 15,000 hit points, and that's huge. That's huge. 10% more health is sometimes the difference between survival and a wipe, you know? Go back to Kurthus. Anyway, for lower level stuff, yeah, I mean, yeah. A boiled egg is going to do great because you really only need the DPS, right? Especially if you're over leveled for the area. But in higher level stuff, it's really helpful. Now I keep potions on my bars because health potions. Now, if I were doing like the high level, you know, savage rating, top level gearing, there are stat bonus potions that you use instead of the health ones. But for what I do most of the time, having the health one is around, especially if you're in a group of random people, because sometimes you never know who you're going to be queued with. And sometimes if the tank has trouble or the healer has trouble or the other DPS has trouble, if you stay alive a little bit, it helps the healer out quite a bit. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent. Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Defeat the Dravanian forces at White Brim. Okay. Defeat the Dravanian forces at Providence Point. I think for the instance duty, I'll probably do that on Bard, because there's a fair bit of running around. Oop. Get off my mount. Lord Commander. All right, report to Marcelin. Oh, that is a really cool view there, guys. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Javanian devils. Damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Sir Marcelin wishes to prepare you for the siege of Ishgard. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Oh, Thancred! The Scions of the 7th Dawn? We could not stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right. If the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray, speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. I gotta see what they all have to say. Papalimu, would that we could say with certainty that none of the wards will be breached, but our enemy is resourceful. Come here, Cardinal. Get out of the way. Thank you. Ida. No matter what happens, we cannot let them cross this bridge. Y'shtola. The dragons may never again have such an opportunity to strike at the Holy See. You can be certain they will not squander it, so we must be vigilant. Thancred. I'm told the first commander of the Temple Knights, Lucia, will be leading their forces. By all accounts, it would seem we're in quite capable hands. Oh, does Thancred have a crush on Lucia now, too? Okay. All right, guys. We'll see if we can get through this without dying. I trust you are ready then? Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. All right, here we go. Oh, he's big. My goodness. We claim victory this day or Ishgard falls. Accept the fury into your heart and defend this bridge with your life's blood.
Let's finish this quick, shall we? I should make it quick.
Need to kill the little ads first. Oh no, I took that. Oh. Didn't see that dragon casting that in time. We have to try and keep a bunch of these people alive. Focus your attacks on the armored dragon. Okay. Oh my god. Everyone fall back. Fall back now. Okay. Okay, where to? Fall back and avoid... Oh, okay.
Aoife, to me.
We want to not overlap circles here. We don't want to get thrown into these either. First ward has been breached. Fall back and regroup. The battle is not yet lost. I don't know what Earth Rising is. I think we probably want to stay out of those. That would be correct. Oh, Estinian's here too. Cool. I just saw that. Oh, that's a cool effect there. Come on, we can do it. We can do it. We got it. We almost got that. We did it. I guess we don't have joy in that one. The dragons, they are withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. Yet I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. That was exciting. See what Ishtola says? 'Tis a rare opportunity to find oneself confronted with so terrible a foe. Rarer still to emerge victorious. I should hope we need not contend with more of Nidhogg's champions. Whew, that was exhausting. Pamplima. The famed dragoons of Ishgard commanding the skies of battle was truly a sight to behold. It was a close victory, but a victory nonetheless. I think we have earned a brief respite. Afino says, Gav, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Emmerich says, Commander Levayer, Gav, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves, whose squads suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. Thancred says, we will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. Go back to Mordona. Tataru says, I am faced by a merciless mountain of administrative chores. Thankfully, this is one battle I am well equipped to fight. Flamine says, so Minfilia has committed the Scions to Ishgard's cause, has she? Though she makes her pronouncement with unshakable confidence, I can only imagine how agonizing it was for her to arrive at this decision. So many lives at stake. Alright, she didn't have anything else to say, so I don't need to check on Higari. Gav, welcome back. Elfino sent word of the siege, and of course of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Gav. Thank you. Broken bridges. Okay. And to see what that was all about. Sometimes they have titles, sometimes they have little mini pets, sometimes they have gear, glamour pieces, things like that. So. Minfilia seems loath to put you to further trouble so soon after your last great exertion. You must be weary, Gav, and now may very well be your only chance to... Tataru says, antecedent. I like how she waves to us, you know. Like we didn't see her just walking in a moment ago. A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty, Nanamo Unamo, invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbrita, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions? Of course, antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Like she didn't get invited to go, probably. Tataru is troubled, I am certain of it. Would you mind speaking with her? I fear any concern I show will be met with stoic denials. Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Have you witnessed the scene over yonder? Such is the fate of he who would toy with women's hearts. Let us see how Thancred's silver tongue wags its way out of this one. Oh, do tell. This ought to be good. Higiri, in Doma, fidelity is a highly prized virtue. Perhaps it is a difference in culture, but this situation lies outside my comprehension. Do we not have more pressing matters to attend to? Pepalimo. Primal shackles its faithful with the bonds of eternal devotion, but I hear the power Thancred wields over his admirers is rather more fickle, especially when each realizes she is not the sole object of his affection. Ida goes snort. Oh gods, make it stop. My sides are about to burst. Why don't we leave these others through their squabbling? Let me go back. I want to see those pop-up bubbles again. Mikote man-stealer. He said that I was his favorite muse. This little bevy of women here. Ladies, please. This is no way to... Oh, hello, Gav. I was just, entertaining some friends. Oh, gods. Oh, my gosh. That's too funny. Sometimes you need those moments of levity in the middle of some really heavy emotional scenes, right? Ah, there she is. Oh, Gav, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Gav. I'm glad we had this little chat. We didn't even say anything. We just said hello. My mind is made up. Okay. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. Tataru says, I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Gav made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Kultsune have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I, too, should acquire the power to defend myself. And others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Little smile. Whoa, hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell that with which I might help, antecedent? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol, and I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. An unexpected ambition and where we are needed. 2 at a time. Minfilia is at a loss for words. The power to defend oneself? Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa Lominsa? Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety? Minfilia is eyeing you with a mixture of regret and desperation. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I am sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now I realize that you are more than a capable adventurer and that escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents. But I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Of course we are. Generous to a fault. I thank you, Gav. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings, that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we asked the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Kultane were to act as 2 such escorts, as was a third. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Gav. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. I think we'll do that one first. We can zip over to Limsa and go to the Arcanist Guild. Another storm has come and gone. These moments of peace never last long, though, do they? Oh, everybody's gone. I was hoping to see some more shenanigans. I had no idea that you would be assisting us personally, Gav. My sincerest apologies for dragging you into our affairs. Ah, Gav. Is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Kultane? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. That's enthusiasm. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Gav, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Gav, in spirit. We shall be together every step of the way. Too funny. Rendezvous at Camp Tranquil. At last, the Scions man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Issamhar. Come, we are late enough as it is. Why, aren't you a little ungrateful, little snot? Jeez. I wonder if I can fly down there. Ah, yeah. Alright. Nothing down there, but it was kind of cool to look and see what was there. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Alright, here we are. Destination. I see we have both completed our respective tasks, a satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Mold awaits, shall we? Sure, dude. Sure. Whatever. Oh, how do I get up there? There we go. Right then, here, yes, as before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. As before, my guardian. Pray, leave me to my task and ensure our safety. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoise while my back was turned? Quickly not a Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. I'm so sorry that, you know, my combat crimped your sartorial style there. You chose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentrations since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. Who better to serve the Scions of the Seventh Dawn than a humble scholar and his faithful assistant? For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's font. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. I believe this is probably an attempt to get people to get to these dungeons, right? Because they're not part of the MSQ at all. They're kind of optional. So it seems to me like it's designed to put you in touch with the different people who might be there. I've already picked them up, so some of that stuff won't be available to me as a result. Should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray, find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Yes, quite high. It's still remarkably lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else? Something else? Scion, come here. I need you. Oh, no. Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. There you are, Gav. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. gutted like a hog, but not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilred to come here? What should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection, Gav. I and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. Oh, poor Wilred. We spoke a few times in the Rising Stones. He wasn't as experienced as some of the other Braves, but gods, he had passion. Gods, what a waste. Pray, leave matters here to us, Gav. We must return to the Rising Stones and inform the antecedent at once. I've never been this close to a oh gods. Really should make that. If I haven't made this my favorite, I really need to do that. Already registered as favorite. Okay. At some point in the past, I apparently was intelligent enough to remember to make that a favorite. Another storm has come and gone. These moments of peace never last long, though, do they? All right. Gav, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Wilred? Dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? Ooh, increased spirit bond gain, yes. Welcome sight as always, Gav. I thank the 12, not only for Ishgard's salvation, but also your safe return. Alright, search for Tataru at the Arcanist Guild. Let's zip back to Limsa. I was thinking my dog was needing to go. She's like part coonhound, and they're nighttime creatures, right? They're more nocturnal than some other dogs. So she sleeps a lot during the day, but she loves to go out at like 1 in the morning. It's like, oh my gosh, dog. Okay. We have to go down below. I just saw the down arrow. I was going, where the heck are they? Gav, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Taru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thubergeim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Okay. Speak with Thubergeim. I'm wondering if she's going to tell us if Tataru is any good, or she's either going to be great or terrible. And I don't remember this part, so we'll find out. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? So you are acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied and goes now to undertake her first trial. A simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. Yeah, you do also. If you're an Arcanist. A thought occurs to me, why not supervise Tataru's training? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. Our Azure sees to Pirate's Port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught, came the lass whom none could fool. Beat him with a black backdraft, got him with a gust, deck him with a downburst, go Carbuncle go! Oh, are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? It's running away. Oh, come back, Carbuncle, come back! I should have known you'd come, Gav. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Stubergeim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Aww. Alright, back to the Arcanist Guild. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling Arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thubergheim, abysmally, as Gav will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist, wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mr. Thubergheim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Tataru is considering her next course of action and how you might aid her in it. Oh, as fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. A swimsuit. The hat's really cute, actually. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam, which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Okay. We'll add Clam Digger to my portfolio. What fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This shall only take a moment. My poor chocobo went away. Well fought, Gav, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. And for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for the reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. Thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flamine waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Leminsen markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Gavin. Thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Bye-bye, Tataru. See you later. You want to see the threat, you gotta get through me first. Didn't mean to do that, but okay. I think there's nobody here. Welcome home, Gav. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Laminza. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will... Excuse me. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. While others look forward to the impending royal banquet, Minfilia cannot help but look to the past. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The great commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith. And before our eyes, in this very room, our dear friend Moonbrita. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamine a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Off to the big soiree, Gav. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? By the Navigator, Wilred's dead? Gods damn it, they must know they've been rumbled. Sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around on the quiet like, and sure enough I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers courtesy of a Dodo Consortium, a daft name for a business if I ever heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium, I don't know what's more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men are... Oh, the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know as some of them are, I'd wager me right eye, that they're the ones who did for Wilbur. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kinds of questions. Bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't, gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that, you have my word. And Gav, mind yourself when you're in Uldai, eh? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind that will sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. All right. I think I want to change to Dragoon for this one. I anticipate trouble. Ishtola. If I did not know better, I should think our bard had run afoul of another jilted lover. I do hope Ida is not under the impression that we are here to make merry. We are ostensibly the antecedents' escort, after all. Ida says, it's a banquet, so there'll definitely be food. But will there also be dancing? And if there is, will it be before or after the food? Dancing on a full stomach is no fun. But neither is being hungry. What to do? Is that? No, just my imagination. Oh, pay no attention to me. 'Tis a habit from my misspent youth, looking over my shoulder from time to time. We've been waiting for you, Gav. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you were needed at the quicksand. A hero must go where'er he is needed, and according to Minfilia, you are needed elsewhere. We will go on ahead, Gav. Pray, join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Gav's like, what? Momodi too? My goodness. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Gav. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alian, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came around for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message, said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast. I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. I think this is where the guy was shot by the arrow quite a while back. I don't know how many quests back it was. Like 15, 20, something like that. I mean, quest levels. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Alian. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Quikern and the buzzing of surfets, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Uh-oh. Gav, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alian, why, no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee you we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Pray, return to Ul'dah, Gav. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell you were here. Uh-oh.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Back to Ul'dah. Laurentius, you scoundrel. I reckon you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alian. What's the matter? No appetite? Clouded vial. This tiny glass container appears to have been used before, but to contain what? Pray tell. So she wasn't there, but this was? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist vial, but beyond that I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road. No use worrying about Alian. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Judging by Momodi's grin, your star could not rise any higher. Would you believe that while you were away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go!
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
Speak with the lady-in-waiting on the royal promenade. Do you have anything else? I don't know about you, but if the Sultana summoned me for a private meeting, I'd be practicing my curtsy on the royal promenade by now. Ow! I like Momodi. Thank you for coming, sir. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yes.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in, and take your ease.
'Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Uh-oh.
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. more grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Oh dear.
Your Grace!
Huh. How convenient of him to show up right then.
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor.
Oh. I missed that the first time around.
Come, Lucia.
Thancred.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. And you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. No!
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
Oh, bastard.
It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Ooh.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Oh my.
Oh, Reborn!
Seven hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Oh, Beard's such a bastard.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
I'm amused that they think they can keep him in jail. It's like, they're the superheroes of the realm.
I hope you choke on their coin.
Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die! I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornonimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papashan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you, go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancreds.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
What she's up to.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last. Let them have it, Ida.
Go get him.
I
Go
was
get him.
hoping you'd say that.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance? Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done. Forgive me, Mitra.
No! I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some moms between us and Ul'dah.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway. Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard! I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were! Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
Yep, Alvino, yep. Them soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Uldar, get the lay of the land, maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. All right, let's go. How could I have been so blind? Well, you're a teenager, that's how. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. The fellow was but a passing merchant. Yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Gav, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alfino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Gav are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Turpin, but I... Alfino, my boy! Sorry to keep you waiting. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly? Then he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise, but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitarists and the Crystal Braes. Kurthus. Ishgard will not suffer the intrusions of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Uldar to the Monitarists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the Monitarists claim. Marshal Tarupin, I know not what to say. Pippin says, "Ha! Now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Up, up. There's no rest for the righteous. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Orshafal. Mayhap he will know what to do. Wow. Wow. Elfino's being emo again. Lord Orshafal has agreed to grant us succor. He says that we will be safe here. Master Alphino told me your tale, Gav. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full. These cutscenes were so long, my egg wore off. My goodness. Times of trouble, there are a few things more precious than unconditional support. It's true.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or something.
Falling Snows?
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. agents of Uldar will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
The intercessory awaits, Gav. Pray, do not keep your companions in suspense. I am certain their hearts will soar at the sight of you. Who managed to escape, and what of those who did not? Well, let's go find out, Alphino. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Upon proceeding to the intercessory, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Alphino, Gav, is it really you? I'm so happy that you are... I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves and our own people turned on us in the marketplace. Flamine told me to run, and so I did. I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. Then when we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now look like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes, as we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. Yugiri, my people are searching for the other Scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. Ah, but you should know, the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored to their rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing."
Can we just slap him upside the face? Alphino. Look. I know you're upset, but man, we gotta work on getting out of here. Can't do that if you're moping.
I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. 'Twas all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alfino.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity.
Thank God we're getting past the
Let us then
self-pity.
resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
All right, folks.
those who walk after.
Richard, I could swear I've heard his voice before.
So
I love this music. It's great.
future is taken.
I am going to escape. If you want to watch the rest of the credits, they are available. But it's almost 2 a.m. by me, and I'm tired. This is like a very emotional last few hours. It's like all packed into one. So, we're gonna cut it off here for the night. Oh wait, we got another cutscene.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Elidivus, Nabrialis is no more. A hybrid. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. Elidibus says, the northern lands, then. The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will, they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. Riange. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak, and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine. The fate of this very star.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. All right. We are going to leave it here, cats and kittens. We get our cat joke. And thank you for staying with me so long. My goodness. I knew the cutscenes were long, but I didn't realize they were quite as long as they are. What's a cat's favorite song? Fur Elise. Fur Elise. You gotta be a music geek for that one, man. So that's an old song. Old song. All right. On that note, we're gonna say goodnight. You have a great one, cats and kittens.